conversational English level, plus he needs to know what Expro is about and the details about Expro. So he needs to be informed about the program, and his English needs to be adequate.
Right. You want to add something?
It needs to be a student.
Yeah, okay. I think the question was referred to the interview, but yeah. 6. Who will interview the applicant to accept or reject the applicant?
The sending exco?
Yes. How much money from exchange fee from country C, D, and E goes to IAASWorld?
It goes.
40 is right.
I will just explain how she comes on 40 because C, D, and E, the student pays 100 euros, yes? And then the rest, 40 goes to the receiving committee, 20 goes to the sending committee, and then 40 is left for IAASWorld. Good. Want to add something?
Who is selecting? Yeah, we already have that. So group number 1 can't answer now. Do you have to be EOS member to take part in Expro?
No, your country just needs to be a member of IAASWorld.
How many times per year is the database on IAASWorld page updated? How many times is the database updated per year? So group number 3 can answer now. When does the student get a white status?
When
Maybe already paid the payment. Maybe already paid. And like, after they already paid payment and the confirmation to.
When does the student get a white status?
Number 2, so when the payment has done, then the student gets the white status.
How many people each committee can send out an Expro without opening a place in their country?
Well, what's first?
5.
Number 6.
When does the student get a refund?
when the open certificate can be found.
I think I found like the trainee just decides not to participate anymore. You can ask for a refund.
We won't get a refund when we cancel himself. If the student cancels, the student won't get a refund.
Okay, I think it's to get refunded because before instead yes, before they send the contract. And the other cases are if the internship doesn't fit its name and if the individual conditions are not.
Course correctors. Number 5.
Is it what is a trainee? Group number 5.
You made the question, sir.
Group number 5 correct answer now. What is a trainee?
The students. Trainees and students. The student that goes abroad to the education.
Yeah, and 1 year after the study. Is it so possible that trainee has to pay more than just
Yes, maybe he should pay more than the fee. He needs to pay for his own transportation or
They also need to pay more fee if the country decides to have election. It was so the student has to pay more if the committee decides to put extra costs. So you get both points. Group number 4 and group number.
Okay. Can candidate countries take part in Expro? If candidate countries can take part in Expro. Okay, now group number 6 can answer. How can EOS motivate companies to join Expro, but that they involve themselves to operate accommodation?
Yeah, so it's an open question. You can explain.
So the idea is, yeah, how should EOS members motivate companies to join the Expro? So it's the idea that they involve themselves with payment. You can visit the companies and explain about the program. They can give the companies feedback activities of this one, and they can give them like the feedback to this one.
So basically, what this question was about was not about what IAS can offer as in material things, is what we can offer within our members. Our members, we can offer people that differentiate themselves already by joining IAS. So people who join IAS, like I said during my presentation, are the people who want to learn more, want to motivate themselves more, and want to work more on themselves as a person. And most companies want those kind of people because that kind of people are motivated, ambitious, and they want to prosper, they want to work more, they want to develop themselves more. And companies more and more are trying to find people that actually fit in the description of IAS members. So the thing we were looking for was like what we can offer to the companies is IAS members that are already so different than any other student that they find in your university.
Thank you.
Is Expro always related to agriculture?
The question was, is Expo supposed to be related to agriculture, right? And yes, it's supposed to be related to agriculture as well as related to science, according to that.
The question was meant to be if it's only a terms, right?
Yes, yes.
No.
No, it's not always about agriculture. It can be about the human development skill and also social intelligence. It's not always related to agriculture. It can be something like capacity building with the NGOs or the institutions, and also social projects with the PCP, legal rights, and architecture.
Yeah. Who takes care of the formal paperwork? Who takes care of the formal paperwork?
The National Central Center of Decision Government, the Scientific Government, and the Vice President.
Okay. If I want to apply for Expro in June, when do I have to apply? Group number 4 can't answer. If I want to apply for Expro in June, when do I have to apply?
Before June? At least 2 or 3 months before.
What should the Expro do if the receiving company declines the trainee because of problems? I can't do the word.
Look for another teacher for the training. Look for another teacher for the training. You can't force a company to take an internship because I think she is correct. We can contact another hosting places if the another hosting places still reject that person. We make confirmation to that person, and if that person already paid, we can do a refund.
Yeah, or you can try with other countries too. What happens if company decline your application from after you buy a plane ticket. And
What happens if companies decline your application from after you buy a plane ticket?
Is the contract already signed? In this scenario, is the contract already signed?
It doesn't say that.
But it matters. If it's not signed, you lost your money, but if it's signed, then if it's in the contract, you have the legal obligations to actually, they broke the contract, so they have to refund you. If there's a contract signed. If there's no contract signed, it's only he or she told like this word, so basically you lost the money.
Yeah, so if you have the contract,
Depending on what's stated in the contract also. If the contract says that if they break the contract, they have to refund you, yeah, you can get a refund.
that's great. Number 6. So we have 2 groups who have the same amount of points, number 2 and number 6. Woo-hoo! Okay, it wasn't really for the points that we wanted to do it, of course. We just wanted you to get a bit more feeling about how the process is going, how much time it takes, what you have to think about. So I hope you get a bit more how the application works. Yeah. Sure. You have a question.
it's a question that came up during our discussions. It is that if the internship place needs to be in English, or if it can also be in other language, if it's indicated.
Lampen wants to answer.
Preferably for international exchanges, English. But for local, if you want to have like Indonesia, local exchanges for local participants, so if people from Paris to people from France to France inside the country, you can always have internships in French. There's no reason not to have them.
Like in France, a lot of farmers don't speak English, so you cannot send international. But for example, some people in Africa, they don't speak perfect English, but they speak very well French, so it's still international.
Yeah. On the website, we can find which languages are required. So you have the main languages. Yeah, so it's always written which languages are required. Of course, if you want to have most applicants for your internship, you try to keep it general in English.
So it's possible, like for example, to say, you just need to speak French and you don't care about your level of English.
If you state that your internship is in French, then it's okay. Some other question? Remark?
Sorry, I want to make it clear. Is it really that the database of hosting place in the IAASWorld website is really updated every month? Because I see that there are some hosting place in Indonesia that are missing in the website, and maybe in Switzerland there are some hosting place that doesn't exist for now, but still stated in the website.
Yeah, so I try to update it every time I get information of the committee. And it's sometimes not really clear when the student is already placed and I can get out the internship. Sometimes also the internship is still available for months after the student has been there, so I keep it on the website. But it's all from the expos, the information I get, and I put on the website. So I try to do it as soon as possible, but sometimes it's not really clear what they actually want to provide. Indonesia, I updated in September, I got the catalog, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Something else? No? Okay. So you have a bit of a general idea now. We would like you to sit into your regions now and to prepare a sort of a general plan of what you actually want to achieve in the next 6 months in your region for Expo. You can divide it in the end into countries, but think about what do you want to find. Do you find maybe more interesting places in France? Do you want to focus on sending out students? Do you want to focus on promotion? So divide yourself now into regions. I will give you papers where you can write down the structure, and in the end, we will have short presentations where you can explain what you want to achieve in the next 6 months. Okay? So let's say America's there, Europe there, Asia Pacific there, and Africa there. You can move around. You can. So Western and Central Europe will be separated. Yeah. Western and Central Europe are separated.
Central.
Okay, all go back to your places now. Asia Pacific region.
Okay, sit down, come on. Asia Pacific. Okay, can you all be quiet now? Yeah.
Buenas, chiquillos.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll present each region, what you have planned, what the situation is now, and okay, quiet everyone. Yeah, so we go region by region, listen to each other, hear what everyone's plans is. Maybe you can work together with the regions after this. Okay, who wants to go first? Central Europe. Woo! So you get 3 minutes maximum to explain about your region.
So here, if you look at Ellen, we will see that we have placed students in Central Europe 5, and sent from Central Europe also 5 students. The placed students were all in Germany, and the sent out were 2 from Greece, 2 from Germany, and 1 from Austria. So that's the current situation. It's not a lot of exchanges, but we have like 10 exchanges for our expo in Central Europe, so that's a lot of it, considering that there was no previous activities. Also, the problem now is there's a lot of members who don't know about expo. They're not informed about it, they know the benefits and the situation of it. And also there's a lack of information between exchange coordinators in the region. And there was a few ideas how to solve that. So basically what we want to do for the next 6 months, basically is always increase the numbers. But how we're going to increase it? We have a goal to send 1 person out per country. So the goal of each exchange coordinator of Central Europe is to find 1 person we will send out to another country. And we want to do that. We want to actually create an expo day. By there, we will inform everybody about what expo is, including the company and the university. So what expo is, what expo is about, and what they can get through expo. Also, we want to increase the communication, and there was a discussion about creating a Facebook group for all the exchange coordinators and everybody who wants to be involved in the expo business. It doesn't have to be exchange coordinators only. And also the sub-regional meeting that will be organized in the Central Europe in Croatia as well. So that's the plan for the Central Europe so far. Thank you very much.
Okay, next region, who wants to go? Western Europe?
So for the moment, so for the moment, there's not a lot of activity in Expo in the Western region. We sent exactly 1 student out and 1 student came, I think, because I don't know Switzerland, do you know? I don't think there's any, so it's just Belgium. These are the hosting places we have at the moment. So Belgium has 2, Switzerland 6, Spain has 1, and all the other countries don't have any. So that's why we will focus on finding at least 1 new hosting place per country. So also in the next 6 months, there's probably gonna be a meeting between Spain and Portugal where they can
also discuss Expro and how to improve the activity. And also an idea that we had is that every exchange week there should be an Expro presentation for the promotion of Expro in the members of IAAS, and also like maybe an activity, a workshop on how to find new hosting places or how to promote IAAS Expro outside of IAAS. That's also something we want to improve. Like in the central region, also improving the communication between the expos is something that we want to work on. Yeah, promoting, and also, for example, in Switzerland there exists a national agriculture organization. So working together with them to improve Expro can also be an idea also for other countries, maybe if it exists. So how we want to do it?
So how we want to do it, we mentioned the meeting of Spain, Portugal, really good to exchange the experience and work together to find for the other one new places, to get ideas, and to have presentations during exchange weeks, workshops we mentioned. And right now I want all attention, all the mobiles away. Please, guys, I see some mobiles, because maybe you can profit from that of ideas in your countries. Where we find new places where we have ideas, at universities in Switzerland, for example, our university has laboratory jobs. They get paid really good, $28 an hour, and they're now open just for the students. So maybe we can use them. Oh yeah, really good. Maybe we also in other countries there are university jobs, and we can open them to our program. We have the Whiteboard Young Farming Organization to exchange the lists. WoFing could be, we could contact the forms personally to convince them to join. Alumni with forms or company, use them. Exchange contact with non-IAAS members and ask existing hosting places for new ideas they offer you.
Thank you, Western Europe. Next region? Americas!
Hello again. Okay, now we have 5 Expro places in America, but there is not motivated students. And there is lack of info or diffusion. Like we have to use these 5 Expro places to move students in America. And are some countries like Mexico, Costa Rica, and Guatemala has, but Mexico and Costa Rica have to open an Expo for the next 6 months. We have to improve the Expo in here in Mexico and Costa Rica. We will do the Expo in the presentation. How? I'm going to explain how we will.
Okay. How we are going to improve the Expro exchange program? First, we need to approach the universities. There is only one committee, national committee, in every country we have in America. To promote the exchange program to the new students. How we're going to do this? With a motivational video. We want to do it today. And it's important to put all the available information into practice, because I put this phrase in here. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. That means we can make a lot of effort, but if people cannot see that, they will not going to do an Expro, because why I will do an Expro? Why IAAS, this organization, I mean, we need to show all the things that we are doing now. And the best way is doing a video showing how huge this network is. And just we need to use all the media we have to promote the exchange program in our region.
Thank you, Americas. Next region, Asia Pacific.
Okay, thank you. We will explain about what we're going to do in Asia Pacific for next 6 months about exchange program. The first, we will explain about how the condition in Asia Pacific for now. Not all Asian Pacific countries active in exchange program. And some of countries, because some of countries, the main priority is to attract new members and still working on exchange program. And what we're gonna do for the next 6 months is to activate more Asian countries to involve in exchange program. For example, Taiwan, Japan, China, and Tajikistan, Sri Lanka, and then Indonesia and Nepal. And I will explain that each country has a specific how we're gonna do to ensure the exchange program in Asia Pacific. Okay. Okay. For the Taiwan and Japan, Judy will explain.
Yeah. For example, in Taiwan, we only got 1 member to work on this project. So our main point is to attract new members and active this Expo exchange project in Taiwan. So Taiwan, Japan, and China, we work on next 6 months. I want to research member the first point, and the second one, at least minimum set 1 at least 1 member to go to other countries, for example, Europe or Indonesia. Woo. And the most important thing, I want to work on guidebooks for the whole. I will translate it into Mandarin and get it to the whole Taiwan members if they're interested in the internship here. Yeah. Thank you.
And for Indonesia, we want to negotiate for some hosting place to about the salary. So maybe they can give a salary for exchange program activity. And then we targeted to make outstandings for about 6 exchange participants and update to hosting place in IAASWorld website. And we're gonna do promotion for international promotion. And for the Nepal, we have a specific target to sending 1 exchange participant, and then create and publish promotional information about exchange program. And in general, how we're gonna do is to the first one, we want to make like routine Skype meeting between regional director, regional exchange coordinator to national director and exchange coordinator for each country in Asia Pacific. And if it's possible, we want to hold exchange coordinator meeting in Asia Pacific. And then we want to make a research market for the country that for now it's still not active in exchange program. Okay. Okay, so that's all what we're gonna do for next month in Asia Pacific. So thank you.
So then we have the last region, Africa.
Yes, so first of all, we can't continue the presentation before we introduce our regional exchange coordinator, which is one of the best coordinators that we have ever had in East Africa, who's motivated not only for
exchange program, but also for Africa in general. Frank from Cote d'Ivoire. So, first of all, currently we have an exchange week that is organized by East Africa, and currently we have Uganda and Kenya, which is planning to have this exchange week in September, and they have combined it with East Africa Conference. So in general, members in East Africa don't really know about the exchange week, and some of them are not really motivated, and they don't really know how it goes. So sometimes we actually combine it with the conference to make it more interesting and for the members to love the whole concept behind it. And then on our challenges, the biggest challenge is on funding, like of course traveling expenses, and currently we're working on having places that actually cover for most of the basic needs that any member would require, and there's also lack of knowledge and motivation, like I said before. And then for that, we organized and had a volunteer team that we have messengers and extra volunteers. So these are the people who transfer messages and emails and posters, and they are really doing a good job on Facebook, WhatsApp, and other social networks. Next 6 months, we really would work, and we are targeting on having a very active exchange program, both international and regional, and have internship places, like I said, that offer most of the basic needs that participants would require. And also, how we will do that, of course, we will contact more companies, and we look forward to having committees sign contracts with their universities, which makes it easier for them to get support from the university. And we are planning, actually it's in the pipeline, to have guides that explain how you approach the university, and we have like a template document of how the contract can look like, and of course they can edit with time. And then have the national exchange coordinators more motivated and continue to have frequent meetings, because some of them are not really motivated, and sometimes getting feedback from them is quite hard. So we will do that by continuing having meetings with them, and yeah, also ask for reports, because we want to start reporting so that we keep them on their toes. And lastly, promote unity among East Africa, and not have the regional activities, but have it as, sub-regional or east and west, but have it as a whole. And we plan that by having regional activities and team building trainings. Probably we have a job for you, Koshtek and Ellen, yeah, for the trainings on units. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you all for your presentations. It's really nice to hear that you all were involved and talked to each other. Please be involved when you go back to your committee. Support the exchange coordinator, because it's not an easy job. It's a lot of tasks, a lot of time they have to take. So please give an applause to all the exchange coordinators. So yes. This was the extra part. I will close the session now. If you want to talk about Expo during the next days, come to me. I would love to talk to you about this, or to Paulina. Next is a little break for all of you. So 50 minutes break. Go outside, 1-5. The longer break will come with the pizza and everything that is promised. But now take 50 minutes and please come back afterwards.
green light.
Yes, also. Guys.
Kalau aku bukan ini kalau masuk itu nih kalau kepala aku sih
Kepala gue yang lebih kecil.
Kecil-kecil lebih berat kok. Woi. Hah?
Okay, chicas, chicos, please go to sit down. You can sign the flags afterwards. There is a break of 1 hour. Come on, guys. Come on, chicas, chicos. Vamos. So far, my Spanish. Okay, put away your phones, all of you. Turn off the internet. Don't need it now. Joaquin? Come on, guys. You're very, very slow, and I thought you all had enough sleep tonight, so please. Okay, Miriam, sit down, please. No phones. I really don't want to see any phones now. We have something really important to share with you. No laptops, no phones. Okay, so I hope you still remember that I spoke to you at the beginning of one of the GAs with something that I didn't want to say, but I had to say it because people were not behaving. You remember that? All of you? Yes? Well, I don't know what happened after I said this, because we got something to tell you again that we really, really hate to tell you, but I will let the OC tell you now, and I hope you have full attention for them because it's really important.
Hi, we want to speak in the name, well, for all the OC, because we are concerned about some things that happened yesterday, but also I want to start with apologizing because of all the inconvenience we have may caused you. I mean, I know some
You like the game?
Okay, guys, America, can you sit here in the front, please? Thanks. Here, please.
It's for remind you.
Okay, you are ready, you have your notebooks with your comments and everything for the amendments. Now silence, please. You pay attention now. Okay? Raise your flag, please. Flag.
Okay, so it's good that we had a very interactive time before the amendments, so I'm sure you're full of energy and you're in a break. So I really expect maximum attention to this because it's really important. Okay? So in respect of time, we're going to start with the amendments that are not in the discussion bin, and we do the voting. Yes. So First, changes to the Constitution. The first amendment is on language, Article 1.6. The official language of the association is Dutch, English is the main working language, and Spanish and French are second working languages, and there is addition to this text. The working language of the event needs to be stated before the applications of the event open. In case of some participants do not speak the working language used, English translation should be available. All the official publications before and after the event should be written in English and shared with the members of IAASWorld.
Just I thought that we said that the biology is
So we vote for this to add it in the items.
Clear? We are voting for this amendment to be in the bylaws and not in the Constitution, because as we agreed, it's more detailed, it's more suitable for the bylaws. Okay?
So raise your flag if you accept changing this amendment to be in the bylaws. Okay, 15 votes.
And this one is on the numbering, fixing all the errors in terms of numbering that is supposed to be done by CC. And it's not only these chapters, but this is just an example of some of the errors that are in the Constitution and values. So we're going to vote on the change of numbering in the Constitution. If you approve that, the CC can do that and make the corrections. Continue. Okay. And then we have amendment in Article 6.1, which states that the current text members of the advisory committee are past executive committee members for a period of at least 1 year from the end of their term of office for the association. And the proposed text is all executive committee members continue their work in the association even when they are officially no longer a IAS member, or at least 1 year from the end of their term of office as members of the advisory board.
Raise your flag if you accept this. Also, you can change it if you.
Yes, if you have any proposal, different proposal. You can.
Okay. Slovenia. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay, on training, there was a proposal that was made. Currently, in Article 7.1, states that IAS Training Committee shall consist of IAS members and alumni with certification and delivering primarily soft skills trainings. The ITC is responsible for personal and organizational development of IAS members accordingly to the bylaws. The head of ITC is elected by the GA of IAS International, and the proposed text is that ITC should be an independent committee of IAASWorld, and the head of ITC shall be elected according to the Article 5.33 of the bylaws of IAASWorld.
So if you have a comment, you have
we make a proposal that all the grammar changes, there's like small grammar errors that are done like, don't have to be pointed out right now, so they're all done later by the CC. I don't know if we have to vote on it or not.
Just know that.
Yeah. Then and still consist.
Note that the CC is allowed to make all changes necessary.
That's because the number, the 5.3.3. Because we discussed with our region that doesn't need to be the number, because the number, you change the number, so it can change. So maybe I propose that we can just put in the like in the article, not the number, because the number are changing. That's my proposal.
Okay. We'll fix it accordingly.
Okay, can we then maybe vote or something, or make a note that we allow the CC to make those minor changes about the numbers, the grammar, the sentences or whatever, just the content is the same, but the view and the structure is different. Can we vote on that? Okay?
Okay, so raise your flag if you let the CC make this. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
And for this particular amendment?
And now we vote of this amendment. You accept it, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. And on bylaws, Article 2.1, the official language of the association is Dutch, English the working language, and Spanish is the second working language. So here, French being added as the second working language together with Spanish. Okay, this goes in the Constitution as well.
So this is the amendment for the Constitution, because it's just a short explanation. And the first one we had, it goes to the bylaws. Okay?
So raise your flag if you accept what politics is. Okay, raise your flag if you accept what politics is. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
And the amendments of adding French as a second working language.
Okay, and now we vote if you accept the amendment to add the French as a official or second working language. Okay, 15 votes in favor. French is
Okay, guys, please pay attention. Amendment 3 in Article 5.3 on independent committees. So there's text addition to the current one. The independent committee shall consist of the EC in their respective tasks, focusing in a specific working field. Working field can be fundraising, training, science competitions, or any other topics related to the work of IAASWorld and not IAS International. And also, the independent director shall coordinate the committee and keep contact with the EC. She or he is elected from the members of the independent committee by the members of that specific committee.
Before we continue, I want you to know that we are voting for this amendment, but you also can do the proposal. This is the moment for you to do the proposal. Okay? Okay. Just to let you know. So raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
So this is on the regional exchange coordinator, the duties, and this is the current text.
So this was the proposal that goes closely to the proposal of the regional board. If the regional boards are accepted, there is a whole article explaining the duties of the regional exchange coordinator. Copy paste. Nothing is changed there. So I would propose to have if situation. If we accept the structure, are we going to accept the structure of regional boards? If we accept the structure of the regional boards, we delete this. If we don't accept the structure of the regional boards, it stays.
So can we just then skip all of these votes that are related to the regional boards when we come to the discussion bin, and then just when we vote in the regional board decide what's going to happen? We don't have to vote it now because there's no sense in voting it now because it's an if situation. So nothing can be done without the vote for the regional board. So we can just like postpone the votes for these amendments until we come to the regional board, and once that's voted, basically we then voted for everything else that is in the package with the regional board.
Okay, can you just note that? Can you just note that Amendment 4 will be discussed after the discussion of the regional boards? Can we vote on that? Or it's okay?
Maybe note that we vote now about the regional boards because I think there are many more coming that are.
We plan this as a structure. First to vote on everything that doesn't need discussion. And after this, we're going to come to the discussion part, okay? So.
Okay, on the EC, we have an amendment 5 in Article 7.1, which states the duties of the EC, and within it we have, to be responsible for publishing the annual review, and we have magazine. Proposal is to delete the magazine, constitution and bylaws, have the beginner's guide, the member's guide, and other year's guides and handover documents whenever an update is necessary.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Amendment 6, duties of the VP of Finance. The current text is the 1st of September, the VP shall inform every member country and the VP of Exchange about the status of the country as stated in Article 4.1 of the bylaws. And the proposed text is the latest of 1st September, the President shall inform every member country, the regional directors, regional exchange coordinators, and executive committee.
Okay, so if it's not the same thing, it's back from the screen, but okay, we asked to change the number because now it would look like it's added to the VP Finance position, and the proposed text should be added to the President's duties. So it's just the number that should be changed. So can you also note there that the CC, when they are compiling everything, that they will do that. And as none has a technical question? Okay.
just a proposal. Again, if the regional boards are accepted, that then that we state in the text that the regional board is informed, not just those two positions. It's just a technicality.
Okay. Actually, we could also already say now, if you want to say regional board, because the regional director and the regional exchange connected together for also a regional board. So there's something that I want to ask for you. Do you want to change those two positions into regional board?
Raise your flag if you accept it. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
So we have the regional boards and the EC, and so the latest of 1st September, the president shall inform every member country, the regional boards and the EC about the status of the countries as stated in Article 4.1 of the bylaws.
Raise your flag if you accept it. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Next amendment, duties of the VP of Finance, and there is no text to this. Proposed text is updating of the VP of Exchange and Study Abroad Coordinator about the received payments for the Exchange and Study Abroad program, respectively. So this is an addition to the duties of the VP of Finance.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Next amendment, Article 7.5, duties of the VP of Exchange. And so initially we have, it states that to find an organizing committee for the yearly Expo meeting, help organize the Expo meeting and prepare program for the Expo related parts of the meeting. And addition to the text is encourage all regions to organize a regional Expo meeting, separate events, or as a part of another event with assistance from the regional exchange coordinator. So this is addition, added text to the current text for duties of the Vice President of Exchange.
Okay, now raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Then on the training committee, The current text. So the proposed text to Article 10.1 is that ES Training Committee is an independent committee mainly concerned with soft skills training and workshops on the vision, empower and inspire ES members around the world and not requiring generation to the field of ES International. On the mission, be replaced with the ES trainers believe that the full potential of ES members is yet to be unlocked. Trainings, coaching, and facilitation can free this potential. Members with more skills and knowledge strengthen an ES committee and make IAASWorld more resilient and professional. Through trainings, these people will develop their personality, their ability to work in a team and successfully finish projects.
Raise your flag if you accept this.
You went.
You have the amendments in your books and your. Okay, raise your flag if you accept this.
It's too loud.
Okay. 15 votes in favor.
So on directors meeting, okay, we have the agenda in Article 13.3, and the proposed text is so. Initially, there is the establishment and approval of the one-year action plan and the establishment and approval of the ES 2020 strategy plan with the active participation of the GA participation, and the proposal that was passed on is that it be removed, and also instead of any other business, we have any other proposed topics. Okay, Amendment 20 in Article 18.4. So we have the participants section and the current text that states the participants in the General Assembly, and there is a part which says correspondent and honorary members, and the proposed text or proposal that was made is that we remove the correspondent and leave out the honorary members because we don't know what correspondent member is.
Raise your flag. 15 votes in favor.
On publications, so we still have the IAASWorld magazine, so it be replaced by IAS newsletters instead of IAS magazine in Article 16.1.
Yes. 15 votes in favor.
I think it's the same thing in Article 16.3. We have the World magazine, and the proposed text is delete
Now we vote. Raise your flag if you accept. Indonesia? 15 votes in favor.
On the exchange program. Okay. So in Article 17.1, we have explanation of the correspondent members may participate and blah blah blah. And proposed text is to remove this part and leave out all applicants that to be students or have graduated in 12 months from full or candidate members. And also add every student applying for the exchange program has to fill in and submit the online application form on the IAASWorld website.
Yeah. Raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Then on Article 17.4, duties of the exchange coordinator, the current text is to submit a report on the results of the exchange program with statistics, including planning internships to offer next year to the GA and Vice President of Exchange. So now we have the proposed text as removing GA and have the Vice President of Exchange.
Okay, 50 votes in favor. I want to ask, please sit with your country because Chile is separately. You need to sit together. Yes.
Especially for the part afterwards with the discussions, it would be nice to hear the voice of the whole country on this topic. Just one person asking a question.
Okay, attention. Amendment 27, Article 17.4, duties of the exchange coordinator. So initially we have the current text, and the proposed text is to be in regular contact with the regional exchange coordinators and the exchange quality board whenever it is required according to the Expo guide.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Article 17.4, also on duties of the exchange coordinator. So the current text is working according to international exchange policies and quality standards, and proposed text is working according to the Expo guide.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
And then we have, still on exchange, we have Article 17.6. We have the current text as the exchange program guide, which will address to everyone who wants to obtain access to the exchange, to the online exchange system or database, students and exchange coordinators. It shall give guidelines for the exchange program, including online exchange system and the international exchange policies and quality standards. Proposed text is deleted. And I think this was explained the last time.
First of all, on actually integrating it in the expo and training guide, but deleting this text and not voting on that one will leave the contribution. I don't know if it's in discussion with or not, just I'm asking. Before voting on this one, they will vote in the separate guides, then delete this text, because it's also a situation.
So we are proposing to vote on this one after we vote on the trainee and the exit. So it's the same as we did for the regions, okay? So secretary is voted. Yes. Next one.
Okay, and we have Article 17.8, which states that every student applying for the exchange program has to fill in and submit the online application form on the homepage of years. Proposed text is deleted.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Amendment 31, Article 17.9 on exchange fee and deposit. So proposed text is to have exchange fee and not the deposit part. And that the student has to pay the exchange fee to the executive board so that the application can be approved. The invoice should be made by the Vice President of Exchange, providing the correct bank account information of IAASWorld. The Executive Committee sends exchange program invoices to the members once a year, based on all actions registered by the online exchange system during the preceding year, not half year. The invoices are sent half a year after the GA.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Then we have Article 17.9, also the issue of deposit fee. So proposed text is every committee has to pay the exchange fee in euros as follows. And then we have the table and remove the deposit fee.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
And the last one on Article 17.14, invoices. So the proposed text is the exchange fee invoices shall be based on the information in the online exchange system concerning all applications, cancellation of applications, refunds because of rewards for successfully placed students and for placed students that cancel themselves for the time since the last invoice and to the date 1 day before.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Banana.
You are real bananas.
Vote for the banana.
Everybody outside for 5 minutes. Wojtek will explain our energizer of the day.
Okay, chicas and chicos, that can be a little bit quicker. Sit with your country within the region. Come on, a little bit quicker. If you're not able to finish this before our bus leaves to Oaxaca, you can without us. So please don't do that to us. No J on the bus. I know some people have experience with that on the VMA, but it's not for repetition. Okay, the post-its, you can do them later in the next break. Now just come to sit with your country. Okay, guys, settle down. So now we are going to the amendments that were put in the discussion bin, and we are going to have 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes to discuss, final discussions, and then you make your decisions. And also you have to include the last amendment that I presented to you last time for development fund. So you have to discuss about it as regionals, countries. So we have 15 minutes from now, and then afterwards we start with the voting. Yeah, it's in the Google Docs. So you can use your laptops and phones. Yeah, and you.
Okay, guys, use this time for comment the amendments to your region, discuss about it. You have only 15 minutes. 1, 2, let's go.
1, 2, 3, go.
So
We go outside. I want to go outside. I don't know why. I love outside.
I share really. There is no copy.
Just to tell you how it's going to work after. So now you're discussing. Hey, just a second, please. Hey, just one notice. After the discussions now, finish up what you had from before, and then you work for development fund. After this, we're going to go through all the amendments in the document with all of the comments, and we're going to create together the final version of the amendment, and then we're going to immediately vote. Okay? So we're going to go all through again.
This one is this one. No, it's different. It is
It's like they delay the countries, without the A countries.
the formula.
Yeah, and some part of the C. You can use the link.
A 国家，然后 A 的话，它是算的是不同的。现在是一个人，一个国家一次。
y ahora tiene igual.
So how is it? What do you think, guys? I think it's quite. But I think products. It will be around 700 US dollars. And I think it's too high to. It's too high to too much to give it the, that's a big of money. 7 for pounds. I think if we want to give the development fund for 7%, the little few selections has to
older one. The older one is like 15, depends on the.
Look at that.
The account is
There's formula.
So, but this 5 more minutes. 5 more minutes.
Ellen, our proposal to be 20 to 30%.
We don't have the link.
Sure, I told you.
It's on the, it was on the WhatsApp and now it's also on the Facebook group of
Okay, the 5 minutes are over, so try to all go back to your places. Remember to sit by region and to sit countries next to each other so you can still discuss. Okay, let's move. Time is over.
Yeah, sit by region still. So now you will get perfect. So in your region, sit also by country. Do you know your country? Do you know your country? Sit next to you. Okay, so now you will get 2 papers. You will get 2 papers, one red and one green. So now per region, if you agree with the amendments, you put on the green paper, and if you don't agree and you want to discuss it, you put on the red paper. So we're discussing it by region. Give it to the person. Give it to the person that wants to come.
If during your talks you have disagreement within your region, then you will go to the red paper.
And if everything is green, we'll just vote for the amendment. Okay. So we start. So first of all, we have from chapter 4 on the executive committee, and proposed text was chapter 4B, executive board, and also wherever executive committee is mentioned, it should now be replaced by executive board.
Okay. Let's raise your face.
Just the faces
That's a green.
the other face. Come on,
Yes, and don't rush. We don't have too much time, but don't feel like it by impression. We are trying to make these things better. So
Okay? Alright, so we go to the voting.
Okay, now raise your flag. Yes, raise your flag if you accept this amendment.
Flag, 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 flag.
It's possible that you decided that all of your region decided that you disagree with the proposal. This is still a possible option. You show the green paper that you all have the same opinion and you don't need further discussion, but this opinion can be negative. It can be that you disagree with the proposal. Understood?
And again, don't rush and don't feel like pressure. Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay. 14 votes in favor. Raise your flag if you don't agree with this amendment. 14. One. Raise your flag if you abstain of the vote. Okay, one, two.
So yes, executive board. Let's move on to okay. So the same thing for control committee in chapter 5 in all areas that say that state control committee to be replaced by control board.
Okay, raise your faces if you want to discuss it. Or
okay.
Okay, you're now we vote. Raise your flag if you accept this amendment. For 14 votes in favor. Now raise your flag if you are against this amendment. Raise your flag if you abstain. Okay, one vote abstain.
Okay. Then we have the fourth amendment in Article 5.2 for composition and election. So it's added text. The control committee is a standing committee composed of 3 persons, preferably from 3 different countries and preferably from different regions. These persons are elected by the GA. The control committee exists as the head of the control committee, finance officer of the control committee, and membership officer of the control committee. The 3 members of the control committee each have their own specific duties within and in addition to the general duties of the control committee. The positions should be agreed upon the CC members before the 1st of September. If no clear division could be agreed, the EC decides by voting.
Okay, raise your faces if you want to discuss it, or okay, if one region.
You
can all read the one report. I don't have it. I don't know if there are more. Maybe Lana just explain that. Wait for the microphone.
We came to the conclusion as a region that it's important that each of the CC members has it in the constitution that they're following the precise person in the EB now. So basically, one that we specified that the one for the finance is also keeping the control of somebody else because there's 3 people in the CB and 5 people in the EB. So we just want to specify that everybody knows who they're tracking. So it's not just these 3 positions and then there are 2 who nobody knows who's actually keeping. Now then it's divided, but it's not stated by divided by whom. So we just want to make it more clear.
Comments, questions?
Well, there it actually says that they have their own general duties.
Before speaking, say France, Mexico.
France, Mexico.
It was for everybody.
Yeah. Well, France, Mexico. It says that, of course, there are 3 CC members. They have their own duties, but also it says that they also have the general duties that they already had. So I think it's clear there that, well, that's
One from Krisha. Our idea was just to make it a little bit more specific. Now, we agree with the proposal. Our idea was just to make it a little bit more concrete in order to just specify who keeps track of who, not to leave it so general.
Today from Belgium, just so that I understand you correctly, like you want to give also, like we have these 3 duties, and you want to specify which person with which duty also has to follow certain EC. I mean, that's a bit constricting also. I would not do it. It's also not done now, and I think it works pretty great so that the CC has the freedom to also do what they like and not only give advice to the person they're assigning.
What do you think, like, in case somebody wants to, your proposal is to connect each of the positions following one of the or 2 of the EC members, right?
It doesn't necessarily need to be a position, just to make it in the position that one is following 2 people. Put it there, they can decide that who's going to follow who. If the votes they have to do, like when they're agreeing on the position themselves.
That every EC member is connected to a CC member. It's not that it's not like the head of the control committee always has to be in charge or supporting the president and the whatever VP of external relations, but that they within themselves can choose who they're going to.
Okay, just okay, I'm Anne-Marie from Zimbabwe. Personal comment based on experience, personal experience. So basically, as CC, of course, we have the duties written in the Constitution and bylaws, but the problem is sometimes you don't have a guide. So this proposal is basically giving sort of like a guide as to who does what. Because sometimes they can be miscommunications, etc., and it's not so clear. So this kind of gives a proper definition of the duties of the CC.
That was my proposal, this one, and I also but I want to comment on one proposal.
I think it's not necessary to put it in the constitution. Until now, this was not never the problem. Like always, the CC divided the position between them. That was not the problem. The problem were in general the duties of CC that are not related to specific position, but just in general the duties that were not clear for who was it and who needed to do it and like the responsibilities. So that's why we proposed this. But actually following someone, it's already done for many years and it's not really a problem. They always agree who will follow who and maybe it can change during the year. So I'm in favor of not adding it to the constitution because I think it's not necessary. It's not really a problem to give it a bit more free. Maybe they need to decide that one person for 3 persons. So one of the reasons for the person will be much more in finance than the other one person for 3 people and the other one will do other tasks. So I'm just in favor of having a bit more free.
We were never against the proposal. We were just thinking about adding this extra, but like as it's never been a problem, we're fine with it.
Also, even if you give more specific duties, so you make it really detailed. Let's say there's a case that next use one of the CB members doesn't follow its duties and has a bad year, there's nobody to control them. There's no control board. So it doesn't need to be that detailed. Because there's no, if they don't do it, there's nothing they say they can do. Yes.
I'm Bianca from Switzerland. I think for this year, it's really good that it's just the duties, and in case that in the year we see that the duty, it might be better to connect them with the specific person in the EP now. We still can vote for that to include it.
Okay, is all clear? We can vote now. So raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Same thing again for the regional board. So proposed text, there is actually no current text, so the proposed text on the regional board as a separate new chapter that states the composition of the regional board, the duties of the regional board. Okay. So we have the composition of the regional board and the duties. And then the comments that were passed on were coordinator instead of manager for everyone, as well as Asia Pacific agreed. So we can start with the faces.
Okay, raise your faces if you want to. Okay, one again, so we can start the discussion now.
Yeah, it's not really against, it's just to explain our comments. Now we have 3 kinds of names in there. You have director, coordinator, and manager. So we suggested from West Europe to just make it regional finance coordinator, external relations coordinator, and communication coordinator, and then as the regional director, just the name, a bit like the head of the ITC, more like the head of the regional coordinators.
So
The proposal is to change the name of the manager to coordinator.
So all of the managers into the coordinators and the regional director. Yeah, but the thing is why the IPC has a head, because it's an independent committee. This is something different. Yeah, the coordinator definitely like changing the minister, but like the regional director, we're still discussing on that also. So we're open for suggestions also, but that's the thing.
We were fast discussing for this head off, and then we were like, no, but the coordinator is really important. So like that, the head off, we discussed about it, how can we name them, but just because these is confusing to have different types.
Yes, for sure. I agree with the coordinator. I made up the names. Okay, I really didn't know how to name them, so I was expecting this. But I will leave the regional directors, because we have also the national directors and local directors, and you also have the regional directors. So it's like a whole structure of the directors.
Okay, now we can vote. You want to change it? Then vote. Oh, we can vote. Raise your flag if you accept to change the name of from manager to coordinator. Okay, 15 votes in favor. Now we vote if you accept this amendment. So, you did? Okay, now raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Next amendment on Article 7.1 for the ITC. So we have the composition, and there was proposed text that the composition should be ES Training Committee is an independent committee of IAASWorld. Okay. Okay. So we are moving on to the bylaws. In Article 4.3, we have the duties of full members. And so it's addition to what is there. And the added text is that number of members of the current year, total and active, like duties of the full member, and also all the members' names, emails, role in years, and their field of study. So this should be included in the information that is supposed to be filled in by full members.
So raise your faces if you want to discuss it, if you want to vote. Okay, discussion. Who wants to start the discussion?
Okay, for now I'll just read the comments that were passed on. So Central Europe agrees, and exception, it is against the law of citizen privacy of Taiwan and China. Ask permission personally. If not allowed, only mention the number of the committee members and their field of study. And not for Indonesia, it is not a problem. Other Asia Pacific countries are still unknown. And another comment, we agree for exceptions when the law is structured as it is. Then too complicated to do Indonesia, 1,200 members. Instead, it should be the duty of the national or local director to promote the fill-in of the members' database. So these are the comments that are passed on for the particular.
To Salim, but it is the duty of the national director because it's the report of the country, so it's his duty to do it, to fill in on the.
No, I have a comment now, so yes, I was. And,
yeah, the idea was to put this in the duties of the national directors instead of this part. Like a proposal to put it somewhere else. Like instead of we just like putting everybody here, writing the duties of the national director to promote the filling of this document.
This is already the duty of the national director to do it, and if you just state promoting, it's not anything obligatory. It's okay, I promote it, people didn't fill it in, so you have it.
Yeah, I think also that what we had, that it's not really so obligatory, because I mean, it's just also really hard to check it. I mean, it's just so. Okay, I just want to explain that the reason why we don't say like promote to Google in the member database everything. Yes, until last year, we didn't have any information about their members. So it's something that has to change. We see that in other organizations, we were talking to them, they have a list of all the members. They can show like we have that amount, that those thousands of members. We don't know. We say 10,000, we all say we have around 10,000 members. We actually can't say that. We don't know. We know how many every national director is stating that they have, but we don't have a list. So that's the real reason why we think this is so important. To have a list of proof, but not just proof, but also to like, if someone applies for an event, we can then check also there already without exactly contacting national director. That person is in the list. We know that person is a member, and you can see the motivation, maybe whatever we ask, but even if it's not, we can just have the names, the email addresses, and we can contact them. Also, you were talking about that you really can't check it. That's everything that is stated into the document that the national director fills in. We trust that the national director fills it in honestly. We can't go to every country. I make invoices according to the information the national director gives me about the amount of committees. We believe they state it as it is true, and I don't think we can do more. And about Indonesia, about the amount of members, I think if you put it into a Google form, you can extract it as an Excel file and just add it to us like that. I don't think it's
the amount of members that will make it more difficult. But you really should see the advantage of having all the email addresses for us to contact more members, because now we can't send a lot of information to people that exactly, like directly. We only send it to national directors, and if they are inactive, you won't be reached. So I think it will really improve reaching members personally.
William from Taiwan, and I think we can add some more details on it, because if the information only provided in ES use, like how many members there are in or attend WoCo, I think this is fine. But if the list provided to other company, I think my members won't agree. So I think you have to add like what's the data will.
Yes, the data is only reachable for EC and CC. And that's also not a plan to change that. We know, of course, privacy, we will never give any information about our members. We can say like, so many girls we have, so many guys we have, those kind of things, we will never say like, that are our members. So that's something that for sure we need approval for, and I don't think that will happen soon. But thank you for the call.
We agree with the proposal. We just actually want to just add an exception that it's not obligatory if the law is prohibiting people. I mean, prohibiting if the law is based, structured as it is. As in, if they have the possibility to say, no, I don't want to give you all my personal information, I just don't trust you, I think we should not discourage those kind of members, because it's their own privacy matter, and it's their option whether they will or not provide all their personal information for the database.
Okay, thank you. About the Commission of Innovation, actually, we already have the database with the complex information on it. And yes, at the first it's difficult because we have a lot of members. We need 2 years to collect every information. We have like Google Forms, and we spread it to the previous the formal of directors, something like that. But finally, we have that information. Besides the advantage that I explained by Ruth and Ellen, we also got an advantage. Like we know the data of alumni, and the alumni can be used to help us to sponsor our events, and even they contact us because we have their contact data. We do a mailing list, and we make a group chat, and we inform every event to them. They contact us by themselves, like, do you need sponsors? We can help you because we also a answer before, something like that. So it's very advantage for us, and we already feel the advantage of the complete database. Even though it's hard, but if we start, we can complete it.
Bianca from Switzerland, totally agree, everything good. I have a question for the data protection that Ruth mentioned. Is that somewhere written in the Constitution or in the bylaws? If not, I think it really should be inside, because if we give this contribution like people to read, they should see immediately the data are not going out. So it's a proposal to add it at some point. Right.
I have regarding on this, I have a question to Taiwan, and as also, I think you also know the law of China. If it is stated in the Constitution that those data will be used only for their internal use within the network, within TS, and can be accessed only by EC and CC, EB and CB, is it okay for you? This is okay, this proposal is okay. There's no legal issues, there's no laws that can be any problem with it?
I think the data won't blow out this.
Or Billy from Belgium, or just like, if you fill in information on any site, you have to like agree with. So maybe you can make a check like, yes, I agree that maybe my information can be sent to companies. I don't know if you're interested in looking for work or something, I don't know, but just so that people know that it will not be distributed if they don't give their permission.
Do we really need to send our contact information to companies? I mean, is there any like option? I mean, is it really necessary to put that option? Because are we going to even send the contact? Like, we can only send them like the number of members, and like that's about it. We have a database that can prove it. There's no need to send all that other information to companies.
It was done during WoCo 2015. One of the agreements, besides sponsors and the organizing company, was that the OC would provide CVs and the information of the participants. So that's one use. Companies sometimes want to see potential employees and the profile of people that are visiting them. That's one way.
But as for special events where people have to apply with their CV, this is basically a database. You don't have to extract anything from it. For events, you can always put it in the event description of the event. Do you accept that we share your information that you will provide us for the event to the company? You don't need to do it with the database also.
But in the proposal was actually, it was with a company in Belgium that we wanted to have also a further connection after WoCo 2015. And because we stated we couldn't ask every member for their approval back then to share their information, we didn't have that agreement with that company because we couldn't give them the information. But if we have members who say like personally I wouldn't have a problem getting my email to a company that could be interested in the sector I work for, to send me emails about job offers they have. So if we have that small part of the database, it could be interesting to have further cooperations with companies who we can really offer an email list of members who are almost graduating or are interested in the job. Okay, then I would suggest it can be made like that also to just to have I agree, you know, when you're subscribing to anything, you have I agree to information, and that's it. You share it further or just keep it inside.
I was wondering if you will combine the committee, the form that we feel like member database things, and this list. Are you going to combine them? How will you know who is right? Because maybe some member will fill the database, but will not be written on this list for some reason. How will you know? Will you combine them?
Actually, because nobody is filling in the database, we want to put it into the constitution. So we finally have data about our members, because now it's really nice that you fill in the request for the database, but like there are 900 people, but we know we are with more. And it would be nice to group them at one point in time, every time, just before WoCo and the files had to be filled in. So that's why we now want to put it in the constitution to make it also more easy for us to reach all those people.
So if the idea is to keep like just doing the same, the database like what people already should put it in the constitution. I think our opinion was more like every member should fill it, have to fill it, and the national director like have to like promote it and say really fill it, but not fill it all the members.
This is what's going on right now, and no success, honestly. This is like, everyone should do it. National Director should promote the database registration, but it's not done. It's even stated somewhere that each member should be registered in the website of IAS with the name and his password and everything, but no. This is a more, so what is the purpose of this proposal is, rather than extracting the data of a huge pool of members, like let's say 10,000 members, and trying to get everyone to do the same, you divide the task to the nationals. You have less people to control, and it's easier to control them because they have duties as national directors and they have tasks to do and they have their own personal work.
The problem that was here now with the database is that the national director, they could promote it, but they didn't know themselves who for them. So I personally talked to some people, I think, like Asuna, I also sent her, like, I only have those people from Spain at this moment. I know you're more members, try to get all of it also filled in. But there are some things, and was just something that I personally did with people that I saw, like, okay, I don't get something as many more, but it's something that's not working, it takes so much time, it's not that efficient way. So that's my proposal. Like, the national director otherwise doesn't know if they filled in or not. Okay, I just have like addition to this and sort of different topic. There was an idea for me last year, unfortunately there was not enough funding for that, to create functional database. This one, 99% of you don't know, it's an Excel sheet with names and yes information, and if you want, you can put your name inside that. Nothing stops you. So to increase numbers. I suggest already to Arena and for sure the new board. To create a new sustainable member database on the website, copying the examples from some other associations, where you can actually, you can have your own profile, you can share sort of photos, you have forums. You can, once you register, you only have that one email address that comes with all the information. There you can have the option of sharing your information publicly or keeping it internally. Those kind of information. This way of working that we are doing now, last year it's not functional. Because how you share information, you copy paste the Excel sheet into the emails, and hopefully you will receive it. And it's not working anymore. We need to have a, we live in the 21st century, and we need to have a normal functioning website, not website, but the database on the website, where people can share information, where you can have a sort of a blog also, and everything, and it would all be there. And it would be your duty as a member, if you're a member, to register there, because that's how you would also register for the event. But you would need the approval of your national director. So the national director would have the overview of, I don't know, that yes, Spain only 3 people registered, and there are 35. So that's an idea that's very good.
I will just add on Anna's comment that in Montenegro, what we tried to do when we made our webpage is that every member who wanted to apply for membership in IAS made their own profile where they put all the information that we need. So me as a national director, I can see the table with all the information, and also every event they participated in. So one of our conditions is if you want to participate on events, you have to be registered in that list. I'm not sure I promoted as I could the Google sheet that you sent us, but in that list I have all members. So maybe we should put like condition, if you want to participate, you have to be in database. That's it.
So I wanted to share what happened. So I wanted to share what happens in Indonesia. So this database is very beneficial when it comes to opening new local communities in Indonesia. For example, we're proposing to an institution. They wanted to know what are the details of the real members that are real people. So they wanted to know exactly the enrollment information. And so we gave them these data to them to open new local communities. And it's also very beneficial when it comes to creating partners, and media partners. If you have events, they wanted to make some kind of partnership. Maybe we have to follow certain accounts, and they wanted to use the database. And it's also like a win-win for both sides. That's kind of the case in Indonesia.
So Indonesia kind of it's becoming hard for us if all information will be used only internally within yes, because we share the name, and at least the name, emails, and the social media, something like that. Because it's what they need, and we must provide it to make ES Indonesia sustains. So if all the information are only used in the life for ES, it's, yeah, and something like that.
You can do whatever you want in your national committee. This is not, constitution is not according to your national committee. This is what happens with the IAASWorld and the headquarters and the international board. This is since the international board is managing more than one countries, in more than one regions, you should make rules that will apply to everyone. In Indonesia, you can share, you can have your own policies. As each country that has a national committee is registered to the national board, they have their own constitution. You must have, you cannot use an English constitution in Greece or in Belgium. Sorry. The other thing I wanted to say, if you see, there's not an exact way the next DC will do it. This is just a blueprint. This is just it's more vague. The way they will do it, they abstract, they will get the data from the national, in a Google Sheet, in a new platform, in anything they would like, they can do it. So this is just what they should do, and how they will do it, it's up to them to decide. Whichever will be more functioning or more productive or whatever they decide in the future. Okay.
If there are no other questions, remarks, can I ask to not have only executive board and control board, but also regional boards? So the regional board doesn't have to have their own member database, but can use the one from the one from the global level. Did you ask my question? Did you hear my question? Okay, again, I asked if it was possible to also say that the information is shared with the regional board. So the regional level doesn't have to have their own member database, but they can access the one from the global level. Of course, only the regional members are the ones that they are interested in. Okay.
The fourth phase.
Anything from Asia? Thank you.
Okay, now we vote. Raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay, moving on to the next amendment. Article 7.4, duties of the VP of External Relations. So apparently there is no text on this, and the proposed text okay, so proposed text that the duties of a VP of External Relations responsible for the implementation of the study abroad program, preferably via the study abroad coordinator within the VP board, responsible for the coordination and supervision of the annual International Conference of Youth in Agriculture this year, so that the event is organized according to the standards of IAASWorld. That includes coordination of the organizers, how to fundraising, attraction of partners and sponsors, promotion of the event through ES Network and ES Partners Network, providing the sponsorship document and all the necessary tools by IAASWorld. So,
can I propose to do them separately, the 7.4.7 and the 7.4.8? So first to see about the first one, how you think about that one? Green, the faces, green on the red ones?
Asia, your faces?
Faces.
Your face?
Okay, so start with 7.4.7, responsible for the implementation of the study abroad program, preferably via the study abroad coordinator within the VP board. Faces first, if you have questions. Okay. So the voting.
Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. The first part, just the first part. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
And then 7.4.8. Discussion.
We were more in favor of writing coordinating instead of responsible.
Put the real responsibility with the regional boards. I think that's somewhere in this, with the duties of the regional boards.
We were discussing a lot about who should really organize, be responsible for this Congress, and that's why we here were not so agree, because further down we were like discussing who should be responsible, and that this one should just be coordinated. Responsible is someone else in our.
We actually agree that maybe it should be just supervision, and coordination and organization should be on the regional level. With the help of the board, of course.
Okay, I see that you raised your okay. Sorry.
It was just that we agreed with what Ban said, indeed, like only the supervision and not really the responsibility.
This means that there will be, from next year, simultaneously in every region, the same conference.
Doesn't necessarily have to be, but still the regional board should organize it for its region. If it's going to be in the region, if it's going to be in Belgium again, then the regional board of Europe should organize it with the supervision of the VPER, but not actually that VPER is doing all the organizations.
Yeah, because, for example, for now, I mean, you had 3 of EC in Belgium and YouTube could also be there. But if you like now have a really international EC, it's really hard. It's really hard to organize something from so far away. Even if you have a good local committee, it's, I think, really hard. That's why we said this.
But would it then still be the project of IAASWorld? Because if the regionals will organize it, would it still be like the benefits go to IAASWorld, or can we still ask that as IAASWorld?
I mean, we don't say we cut the VP of External Relations totally off of it. I mean, he's still in supervision, he's still in contact with the regionals, but like the what's in there, you know, like attraction of partner sponsors, like really give a lot more of that through the regional boards, not more delegating really. So
we actually just wanted to make the duty of this one less, and the organizing part, the responsible person or persons or the regional board but the supervision, someone that makes sure that something will happen, is still in this one. That's what we meant with what we're saying now.
On Croatia, yeah, the IAASWorld should get the benefits, but also the regional boards should get some more responsibility with organizing it, since it's happening in their region, and they could have better overview, since let's say that the external relationship person is from now, is from Mexico, and the AC is going to be in Europe. It's going to be hard for that person to organize it, but if you have the regional board in Europe, you just supervise them and they organize it. It kind of helps with the efficiency of the tasks.
Yeah, just to say more on that, I mean, the benefits can still go in, like the sponsoring, the real money can still go to IAASWorld. It's not that there won't be benefits for the region. I mean, you will find a lot of sponsors here, maybe even get new candidate countries, so like the benefits for the region are, without even the money, quite clear. I mean, I don't think it's needed to have like, yeah, the money.
Any comment? Raise your faces if you. Okay. Asia. Okay, now we're gonna vote. The second part, you know?
Afterwards,
yeah, maybe, yeah.
yeah, that's still the job of the people. The ones who are going to organize it, it's the regional board. Like the VP supervisor. But they don't organize it, they help with they coordinate. But the organizers are the regional board, not him.
Yeah, like Cass says, like not themselves do the attraction of fans, partners and sponsors, but more like really help them, you know, provide possible context maybe or stuff like that, but don't do the real work. I mean, they can if they want and if they have the time.
Just please raise hands. You can speak. Holding my hand. Also, there's a need for a counter proposal. I believe the 7.4.8 is pretty well stated. These should be organized by the standards of IAASWorld and everything else. But just supervised, no need to just coordinate. It should be stated what the standards are, as it is already stated.
Yes, we only keep the supervision by the VP of External Relations, and then the organizing is fundraising its own. It is made by the organizers and the board.
What, I mean, that includes support with, and then the points, I think that's what we mean, like, quite good. I just now have the problem when I try to rewrite what you're saying, is that still now, if you want to keep it like this, it's still a lot for the VPER. So how do you want me to phrase this? Or we don't put it there, but somewhere else? Just to be clear, because now it's actually still says the same as before, in my opinion. It's only the coordinating that is gone, but it's still coordination of the organizers, still help with fundraising, still attraction of partners, sponsors, etc. So just to be clear, because you say you want less duties there, now it's not yet like that.
I agree with Rook, maybe just that we remove, that includes part to the duties of the regional director. Or just the regional board, if there's like the duties of the board itself.
I also just would add that includes support of the regional board in following, and then we have this point.
So the idea is for you to have the regional board organizing the event. It's really hard. Because normally people applying for the regional board are skilled for 1 or maybe 2 years maximum. And it was a different thing to organize it as an EC and having people locally, the local committee and the people from Ghent to help, and it's different thing to delegate the task on a regional board that maybe people from different countries. It's going to be too difficult. If you don't have locals to do it, it's really hard.
I think we all have the idea that there still has to be, of course, a cooperation with the local community. You can't do it without their contact, without what they know. But I'm not quite sure if because we definitely put something about ICEA in the duties of the regional board.
The thing is that it's not the VP who has to organize. What we wanted to change there is that he's the supervisor, and the regional board organizes it with the local committee.
The difficult problem here is just, we didn't decide yet, and maybe that's something we just should decide here. Is the regional board really the one responsible for organizing? It could also be someone else, but doesn't it have to be like a regional director and a regional exchange coordinator that are the only ones we have right now officially, and maybe later on we will have more? Should they do this extra above their tasks, organize ICEA?
No, I mean, it should be the same principle for me as local. You have a local committee that's applying to do the job, and then the regional just supervises coordinates with the local committee to organize it. Regionals are there to help. And then you have the VPER who is actually just looking above at the job and seeing that everything is done according to the IAASWorld standards.
But you would add then an extra level, so the VPER will supervise the regionals will supervise the local committee.
Would organize it in coordination with the local. So they would provide assistance, they would provide everything that the local committee needs to organize it. Because some local committees probably don't have the experience to organize this, but maybe they want to. So you have the regional board that will help the local committee do it. That's how I picture it.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be then too much work again for the regionals, that they can't really focus anymore on their region? And
but if you put all the tasks on the VPR, then it's also too much work on the EP.
No, but like Ruud said, maybe a different board or a different team, or
maybe the quality board of the exchange relations.
Can we maybe go, because this one now is, we're missing the comments to the regional boards. What people wrote there, what would be the duties of the regional board that we created today. So actually we're discussing now something that we don't know yet what people think of the different regions. So maybe we could note this one, like we will do this after the duties of the regional board.
There's also a huge part of ICEA we still need to vote on, so maybe just do the ICEA part, do the regional boards part, and then come back to this part.
Okay, so we'll postpone this one.
Throw a banana.
Yeah, because previous banana is
Come on, we have water here. Somebody needs. Okay, come back to your seats, and then we'll supply water for you. Come on, go back to your seats.
Go back to your seats, guys.
It's not a break.
Come on, guys.
Come on, guys, go back to your seat, please. Okay, guys, pay attention, please.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so let's move on. Article 7.11 on expenses. Okay, so I'll say the proposed text for 7.11.2. So, to cover a part of expenses made by the EB, members and regional board during this year, each executive board member will receive €100 per month of membership of the executive board and €50 per month of working as regional director at the end of the term, if there are sufficient remaining funds in the IAASWorld account and the GA approves the final report of the executive board member and the regional director, if funds of the IAASWorld account as cost or an EB member or RD did not fulfill all duties according to the constitution and bylaws, he can receive a partial salary of 75%, 50%, or 25% of the full salary. The entire control board should propose a fair EB salary before the GA votes in absence of the EB members.
Okay, raise your faces if you want to discuss. Okay.
Central Europe doesn't agree with the proposal of the salary.
Wait, I want to see the other faces. Yeah, but okay. Continue.
Central Europe doesn't agree with the proposal for the salary at all, but maybe there can be a smaller discussion about can there be a smaller budget for traveling, not like a salary, but a way to. It's not possible at this moment, not this year, but just an idea for everybody to keep in mind. Maybe a future salary for, and when there's a sub-regional meeting, so that the regionals don't have to pay their participation fee or something like that. So there is a little bit added value to the position, but not a salary. Salary is too much. For if you take into account that there's 4 regions, 20 if is going to hold it, there's at least 15, like there's at least 12 regionals. If the new proposal passes, there can be up to 20. So it's too many of too much money going the way of salaries.
Yes, I totally agree with that. If we vote that regional directors should pay, then also probably we should propose that rectors and so on should be paid, and why not the control committee should be paid? It goes too far.
For the financial part, I don't know, did you read? You're sure, right? In the finances of the regional board, it says for the regional board members who attend the regional directors meeting in their region, participation fees shall be fully covered by the organizing committee of the regional directors meeting, and the regional board members shall not be counted towards the total of the national obligation of the international meeting. So for WoCo, regional, six committee, etc. So this is one of the financial.
If it's already stated, it's a proposal coming.
It's a proposal in the regional board.
Okay, yeah, I should agree to dismiss this one and then.
Financial report that you mentioned is only for the regional directors meeting of your region, not for all events. That won't be possible for any of the organizing committee. But just for the regional directors meeting of your own region.
Europe already has sub-regional meetings, maybe include the sub-regionals. In the regional meetings, like the EDM and everything, maybe include the sub-regional meetings in the regions that have sub-regions.
So I saw like Asia Pacific is disagreeing, West Europe is disagreeing, Central Europe is disagreeing. Is there anything of this that you want to keep? Is there any kind of salary that you want to give to regional directors, or we just now go for this? No, not any adaptations to this. No.
Okay, now we vote. Raise your flag if you are in favor of this amendment. Okay. Okay, raise your flag if you are against this amendment. Okay. 15 votes against this motion.
Gentlemen.
Okay, so still on expenses, we have another amendment proposal. And the proposed tax is to cover the expenses made by EP members during this year. Each member will be covered by the EP budget for the following expenses. He or she makes the ES matters. She makes the ES matters. One, travel expenses for constitutional ES events. Travel expenses for external events and ES conferences events where the presence of the EP members is considered necessary. Accommodation, meals, and participation costs of EP members wherever those are not covered by the organizers. Other necessary expenses made by an EP member for the beneficial of IAASWorld. The amount of the EP's budget should be approved by the GA of the World Congress, taking into account that there are sufficient remaining funds in the IAASWorld account. The EP member applying for the coverage of his or her expenses for a specific occasion during his or her term must present the detailed budget during the EP-CB meeting prior to the occasion. In order for his motion to be accepted, at least 60% of the rest of the members of EP-CB should vote in favor. In every different occasion, the motion will be denied. Reporting obligations for the used expenses should be decided upon between the EP-CB. So this amendment was presented, but apparently it wasn't in the Google Docs by technical error. But it is now. So we can have Sarafis explain it.
Okay, I'll tell you a little bit about it. Please your attention for a moment. So the reason I'm proposing this amendment is that right now, with the situation with the finances of IAASWorld and the budget, is that in order for a member to go to attend an event, an external event, a conference, a partners event, you have to pay your own budget first. And then once you go and you come back and you report on what you did there, and why you went there, and why your presence there was beneficial for us, then you get the refund. For us this year was okay, we could manage it, but for the future EC teams, there might be a member who won't be able to pay 300, 400, 500 euros from his own pocket and then wait to get it back. So I thought it was not fair, and I proposed like some kind of filtering process where the next EP members will be able to be financed for their upcoming trip. But before getting the money, before getting the financial support, they should present the whole budget, where are they going, how much money they're going to use, why, and upon the meeting with the rest of the EC, EB, and CB, the team must also approve their motion to apply for these finances. Is it clear the proposal? Do you have any part that you done?
Maybe just a suggestion that even after he returns, present the whole report, and that if the report is fine, the refund stays, but if he did nothing during the event that he was supported for, that he's then obligated to return the money he responded to get there in the first place. Just to like, because if he gets money, goes there, does nothing, goes back, and like, I know that for the next events he probably won't be approved, but for that time he's lost money. Maybe just put out a failed check.
Just a technical thing. How are you going to make him return the money? I would rather than no, then just a suggestion, maybe then to put that member of whatever on a blacklist, and so he or she cannot go anywhere else. Like,
I would prefer not to go into so much detail. Like, normally you trust the work of the EC. I don't remember any case of a person went somewhere and just partied or didn't do his constitutional job. In case that happens, you still have the rest of the EC and CC, and you still have the GA on WoCo, and you still have his salary to be voted. If a case happen like this, it's possible for proposal of the CC for the decrease of his salary, to be fair. But making the person return the money, I don't think it's practical.
I actually agree more with the possibilities, yeah, because logistically it's not proper to put it on the blacklist, and then he's not funded to go on any other event by the EB, as in that he doesn't actually has any more EB luxuries that the EB has. Like, no, he has to pay his participation fees, he goes somewhere, he has to pay all of his, he doesn't even get travel budget refunds. If he doesn't follow it, like you said, that didn't happen, but in case if it does, that there is a smaller consequence, because already there is a salary, there should be a consequence.
The reason why I think it doesn't have to be stated is that if that really happens, I don't think the next time that person needs needs money for something from the travel budget, that the other EC members or CC members will approve.
I think that we're talking about ECCC, and I think we all trust them because we vote for them. So if they decide that one of the members will go to an event, it's because it's a reason. They will have a lot to do during the year, so they won't just attend events for fun.
They're saying in case it happens, there should be consequences, not just a travel budget, but he has the right to go to events without paying any participation fees. That's his right by constitution, and nobody can deny him that. They're saying if you put him on the blacklist, if somebody's on the blacklist, he doesn't have the privileges that the EB has. Maybe just a smaller consequence. It's not like he has to return money or anything, just a consequence. It's not going to happen, but just to have a fail-safe inside the constitution in case it does.
Just who would make that blacklist? If it's also the EC deciding that, it's the same as the EC stating that you're not going to that event. If one of us wouldn't contribute to an event, we're not putting in money that is already scarce within us to go to that event. So I don't know who would handle that blacklist, or
I just want to say I just wanted to say that yes, I want to say the same as well, and it's difficult to create that blacklist, and then who will handle this blacklist? And we can just have the solution that if a member of the EB goes to an event and does nothing, you just reduce the money that he used from the salary.
Yeah. It's like, it's in there, you know, you have to apply for the budget. So if you don't do good use of the budget the previous time, like the chance that you will approve it the next time is almost non-existent. So it's in there, you don't.
Agreed, but let's say then he will attend WoCo and he doesn't have to pay the participation fee. In this case, if he's on the blacklist, the blacklist will last only 1 year during the mandate of the EB and the CB. He has to pay his own participation fee for WoCo if he wants to attend WoCo, where his salary will be voted. So that's the idea.
Okay, maybe I made a mistake saying blacklist. It wouldn't be a blacklist. It would be something internal between the EC and CC, where the CC would have the notes of the people who did the reports or not. We have not mentioned, I don't know if you hear it, but it's a really good idea. If, for example, I went to an expo meeting and I got a travel refund of 100 euros, I got already paid my ticket of 100 euros, and if I don't fill in my report, that 100 euros is going to be taken away from me of my salary. It can be done like that.
It's actually more for the GA.
Just really like, because I have feeling really afraid that there is a really bad EC member. But if this happens, there is still a thing that the other people on the team, like the whole team, can unanimously make that the other person has to resign during the year. If that is really a big problem, that is stated in the constitution. Luckily, that doesn't happen too much, and like the year before when someone was not working, they talked to those persons and they resigned themselves. But just so you know, there is a way back in case of a wrong decision of the GA by electing someone that didn't do the job at the end.
another concern of mine is how we put the limitation of how many members go to each event. Of course, it's the perfect solution is to every member of the EP go to every event, but if one member is enough for an event or two, with this amendment, if they have their expenses covered, probably more of them will be willing to go, and maybe there's no need for them to go.
It's a dream situation where everybody can go and want to go to an event. The entire, like, how much money there is for a whole year is stated. If we all go to all the events, or event time ends in January. So we know how big, yeah, before January, we know how big the budget is, we know we can't send everybody to every meeting. That's why most of the time 1 or 2 persons go. Just because this discussion, I understand your comments, I'm really happy with them, but I think it's also because you don't know exactly how it works. Just an example of our year, we had the expo meeting, we were all there, but we decided before who would be able to get a refund and who would not, depending on how much effort you would do for the work. Like, I think I can state the example, Sarafat was not paid because he was there, because he wanted to be there and be involved, and he did work during the year, but he didn't do any preparations, like preparations for other people. They had the training and we had the workshops. So it's just something that we decide between the team, and I don't think you have to worry too much about this.
And besides that, as Alan said, you have an annual budget for all of DC, so all of DC decide how you're going to spend it. How many people, where, when, it's up to them. You cannot foresee for the upcoming year when an event will be or how much it will cost. It's decided by the next DC during the next year.
Any comment? You want to raise your faces again?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're going to vote. Raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Okay, duties of the head of control board, Article 8.2. So the duties is the chairperson of the CB for that year, responsible for completing the CB tasks, set the timeline and oversee CB activities and projects, organize, set the agenda and chair monthly CB meetings, responsible for good communication between the CB and each CB, ensure assistance of the EB in any capacity where necessary, ensure the transparency of the work of the EB, ensure that the assemblies of the WoCo and directors' meetings take place according to the Constitution and bylaws. Comments: Central Europe agrees, Asia Pacific agrees.
Okay, raise your faces. Okay, now we can vote. If you accept this amendment, raise your flag. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay, next, duties of the finance officer of the control board, finance coordinator of the control board, responsible for support and control on all financial related matters, examine the bookkeeping, taxes, development fund, and the budget presented by the Vice President of Finance, and advise major investments and exceptional expenditure. This examination shall also include accounts relating to any special fund or project established by the association. Comment?
Okay. Raise your faces. Yeah.
Line, show your face.
Okay.
Please.
Stairs. Okay. Now we go. If you accept this amendment, raise your flag. Up.
Change to finance coordinator.
Sorry about that.
Is the study abroad also here, or is that only on the board?
Control board.
Okay, now.
For study board, there's also one person is going to be delegated to like head of the study board program, so there should be, there's no need to state it in the control board.
Can you repeat?
Since there will be the study abroad coordinator that will communicate the whole program, there's no need to put it in the CP's units.
The question there was just if that person also has to check about the study abroad. But they are okay with not adding it to the control board duties right now.
Okay, now we can vote now? Okay, raise your flag if you accept this amendment. Okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay, moving on. Then we have the duties of the membership officer of the control board, which are to conduct a membership review for the World Congress and whenever needed, examine and recommend whether a member with frozen status can be granted its previous status by the GA, and examine and recommend applications for new candidates and full members. Basis.
Celine, is your comment for this amendment or the next one?
Okay, I want to see your faces.
Now we vote. If you accept this amendment, raise your flag. Slovenia? It's okay, 15 votes in favor.
Okay. Okay, so now we have the regional board part, a new chapter that was proposed, and I think you read. So we have the duties of the regional board, the duties of the regional director, the duties of the regional exchange coordinator, and duties of the regional finance coordinator, duties of regional external relations manager, coordinator. Sorry. Duties of the regional communications man coordinator. Yeah. Sub-regional contact person, election of the regional board, finances, and that's how the charter will be structured, was proposed to be structured. So, so the comments that were passed on for this are not manager but coordinator. Asia Pacific second that due to the fact that they only coordinate collecting information. The one yeah, 6 regions and no sub-regional contact persons.
We were discussing about that we don't want too many layers. So when we have the sub-regions, we get more and more in that layer thing, and yes, should not be like just report of.
Yeah, there are the sub-regions, but every sub-region has their 2 people, and there's nothing above that. There is no Europe something. So there is
the problem why it was an idea like that. But I think why I proposed like this, it was that it was already too difficult to find 2 motivated people per region, and it still didn't work. 2 motivated people. This is for Europe the case. Like for the other regions, we found 2 people without really problem actually, and they have more people in their boards. But for Europe, it's a really difficult situation. If you have 3 sub-regions, then you need a lot of people per.
But yeah, there will be 2 regions in Europe, so I know you go from 6 to 10, and also it's in the regional board, preferably. So maybe it's not necessary to have all the 3 extra coordinators. Since Europe is a region that, I mean, maybe doesn't need, or that was how it was, been said to us. It's maybe not needed to have all to have the finance, the external, and the communication coordinator, but that it can work less or not.
That's the whole point of having like the whole board in Europe, and then on each sub-region, it doesn't matter if there are 10 of them. You have the contact persons.
We used to need to have to be the contact.
But yes, it doesn't have to be in the region, in the countries. Now you have motivated people in Europe, let's call it like that. You have it in 5 countries maybe. What happens with the east part of Europe, where there are 5 countries with 10 members who are not motivated, and you need to find people there.
We have in a write down there was also the regions that we were thinking about in Europe, especially is not west east, because now it makes not so much sense that the combination of the countries, but the north south. So that we have 2 regions. We actually just call the sub-regions regions. We make the sub-regions regions what they actually are. I think that if you have like one word above all for whole Europe, it's easier to find contact persons because they won't have so much responsibility. It will be more coordinated. If we make Europe one region and we say that east, north and south are sub-regions. I mean, Europe is one region in the end. I mean, all the events we do them together. So I think it would be the logical step to say we have one region and to make it easier, to make the contact with other countries easier, because there's so many contact person that like facilitate.
I also agree with Colin. There's no need to have a regional division inside Europe, since Europe is a region for itself. And the contact persons are elected by the board and chosen by the board, so you don't need to have special meetings with GAs to confirm or deny a contact person. You can just have normal conversation. If they want to be active or not, you can tell them, okay, you're not active anymore, bye-bye, you can find a new one. It's easier for me that way because we all know active members who are not part of any board, but maybe want to be engaged. And this is the perfect way to engage those people, to maybe motivate them for the next year's boards.
Our discussion was the sub-regional boards or the sub-regional organization should do the work that the regional board is doing. Because Europe, as it's so big, we would prefer to have the organization, the work of the board being done in the sub-regional and having a contact person in the region and not other way around. That you have more people in the sub-region. Wait, good.
And I understand what you want to say, but the word still, again, for me, it comes back to finding the people who will do that.
Because it will be the same if you do it to the region or the sub-region.
No, it wouldn't be the same. Because otherwise you would need to have double 10 contact 12 people, and in this scenario you have 5-7 people.
There's probably just 10 because you won't have the contact. But yeah, it's
between 5, North region 5, South region 5, contact person 1, contact person 2.
No contact person.
Oh, okay. But then.
But that means that you would really divide Europe. That Europe would be one region. And this is not right. It's not one region.
It is one region.
Sub-regional division was created to actually make the control of the whole region easier, since Europe has the most member countries that are mostly active in most events because of the exchange we organize in Europe. This division is going to just centralize the whole power of Europe, not in 3 separate sub-regions, but to have like one control point of the whole region. And then the region will be divided in sub-regions just for easier management of certain tasks. Such as if you see the communications, if you see the task of the contact person is to just have a flow of communication and to help or organize a sub-regional meeting. So there is no division, it's just like better handling of the region itself. And that's how I see it.
And it's also, you know, take care of the time slot. If you take care of this time slot here, you have, for example, I don't know, I thought the idea was also like to take care of grants maybe that are not yet activated or something for this year. But it doesn't make sense to make it in 2 regions. I mean, they all belong to the region and apply for the same grants that completely for them. And that really does not make sense. And I think if you have the sub-regional contact, then they are, like Lance said, they don't need to be elected. So it's easier to even change them and to, I mean, if they say, okay, I can't handle it anymore, universities too much or something, you can also just ask a friend, please be my contact person in this region or something. You know, because it wouldn't be so much work. You won't have the responsibility that you would have in a board or something. Yeah. The thing that we were saying is like dividing Europe instead of the central North and South, but they would still do the same job. Regional board. Like there's a regional board for each sub-region and each region. We're saying the same thing. Like
there's going to be a board in north and a board in south, but they will work together. Like not compete for the same grants or whatever. They will just work together. There wouldn't be like regional contact person, because there will be a board.
But consider the proposal is to change the division of the region. This is a different proposal.
Yeah. It has to do with it because if we change the division, we put it. What we say is that we don't support the sub-regional contact. We want to like a separate board that work together.
Then we're coming back to the same topic. If we decide later on to not put the sub-regional division smaller, then again, you currently, if you accept this and not the new division proposal, then you will have 3 different boards. So maximum of 15 motivated people you need to find. So it's like, makes no sense to keep like the boards for each sub-region. But like I said, you can find as many contact persons per week, per sub-region as you want, and as you feel that you need. And they will help you in every task you need in this region. So there are also people that can stay for 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, the whole year working, depending on how much free time they have and they can offer. So it's not necessary to have like 1 person for the whole year, and the person will be inactive. You can find, I'm going to give an example, first 2 weeks, first 2 months of my term, Yurica has like 3 and people help me. Then again, after that, it's Mito, and then I just transition to Mito as a contact person. So like, you can change contact persons as they have free time or as you feel needed.
If you want this position to be as loose and easy to do, not put in the constitution. Then because you're putting duties, you're putting a formal work, you're making it too much formal, and there's no reason. If you're trying to invent a position that's going to be easy to do and you change people, and you don't put it in the constitution. Make it a task of the regional board. Find it if they need it, and to work with it as they need.
The idea would still be that the sub-regional contact persons stay there. The idea is not that they change every 2 months, but in case they resign, it's easier to find somebody new because they are not elected by anyone, but chosen by the board members. That was what we had. And I think this vision is much more sustainable because if at some point Europe grows even more and we have more countries and divide Europe again in 3 regions, like Lan said, and we have 15 people in Europe working.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if you would have 1 board in Europe, then the regional communication coordinator should communicate with 20 countries and just count them. Is that still possible? Or a regional exchange coordinator would have to manage 20 different countries.
That was exactly what we were thinking. We were always thinking about the workload of the board. So as we also discussed, the ITC, for example, we loaded a lot for the regional board. And as Europe has a lot of member states, a lot of different member states, this workload we thought is too much. So we were like, we would like in the sub-region, let's say, a bigger board, not just a contact person, because we would like the work to be done in the sub-region. But of course, this was a contact person with more motivated member.
Okay, our idea for the sub-regional contact person was, I think in this draft they are stated 2 contact persons per region, or 1 contact person and the help.
It has a back. Yeah, something happens, the other person.
Yeah, and we thought that one of them would be like the RDE that there's now, and the other one would be like the Rexco or sub-Rexco. And that
they just, so there would still be like 3 registers in Europe, one that coordinates everything, and 2 that really are in contact with all members. So the amount of people working in the region wouldn't actually change much. It would still be 9 people, just the distribution of the tasks would be divided differently than before. But the amount of people stays the same as now.
Any comment?
Actually, we did post this as a comment on the sub-regional contact persons further down the list. To have we suggest that we say that it's recommended to have an assistant contact person as an exco, and that the first person, that the contact person is more like a regional director's right hand. So that there's always a possibility for every board member to appoint his own contact person for his position in the sub-region. There's no limit to that. So maybe the biggest discussion is about whether it should be proved that it's mandatory to have 2 contact persons at least, or to keep it loose as it is and let the board decide how many contact persons they want.
Any comment? Other comment?
Question, or more maybe asking for the Asia Pacific region that is also has a lot of members, a lot of like, how would the other regions do the work for one regional board in Europe that includes all the 3 sub-regions, coordinate this one, or doing the work for whatever activities that concern that region? And we're not talking about the contact person further down, but at the regional level, doing the work for all the 20 countries.
Can I just comment this? Maybe better to ask African region. I don't know if you talk with somebody there. How would they structure the regional boards? Because Asia is growing and have a lot of members, but not a lot of member countries.
So for Africa, right now we are 16 member countries, and we talked about actually having a regional, sub-regional region, but then we realized that it's still too early for us since we're growing, and for example in the south it's just us, Zimbabwe, and yeah. So we ended up having a regional board, which has the regional exchange coordinator and the regional director, and with his team from around Africa, Zimbabwe, Nigeria, Benin, and Cote d'Ivoire. So it's like, basically there is a finance person, there is an exchange person, there is for project and innovations. So it's divided like that, but then we work together with the regionals.
I also would like to comment from like, personal experience during the past years. I think it's much easier to find less people, like one board, to do more work. 20 countries, personally, I don't think it's that much. Africa is doing great with 16 countries. It's not, they're doing amazing. They're in contact with everyone. They're expanding. They're improving. 20 countries is not that much for a board. And in the past, it happened that we had a lot of boards, east, west. We had a bigger division, and it was much harder to find more people to do less work. So you have either have one person, one board doing more work, or maybe boards doing less. And the second option was, a lot of times it was failing. You would find just a person to fill this place, and he would have to communicate with 4 or 5 countries, and he wouldn't do that. Because there's not much to do, there's not much interest. If you're applying for a board that you know that has demand, and you know it has work, you're dedicated to that. You know that you have to do this job. You're not applying just to apply. You apply because you're sure that you want to do it, and you have plan in your mind, and you love what you're doing. That's my personal opinion of what happened last year, what happened in Africa, and what could possibly happen in Europe.
I have a question. So how was it organized before we had regional directors and change coordinators? Was there any regional division, as in there's any helping hands to the EC, now EB, from before the regional were introduced? Like, I know from the last year positions were regional director, regional change coordinators, but before that, was there any, like, helping hand on the regional level? Just asking before I make a comment.
It was a regional director per region, and his work was mainly just to communicate between the countries and the EC.
So basically, EC was doing all the work that's not going to be divided to the boards. So I don't think that's going to be too much.
Before, and actually really not so long ago, was that regional directors were not so active, but were also not so clear what kind of tasks were for the regional directors. So mainly there was the global level and the national levels, but now this is changing. We have some really good regional, and this is changing, and we want to go more to the regional structure, which will help us growing.
That I think we agree that we were thinking about the work, but we agree that it's easier to find few people that work harder, and in case that we see the creating the board new, we actually have no idea how much work it will be. So we agree. So Greece and
thank you for the question.
Do we see this part about the sub-regional contact person in the constitution, or do we wait to see what's happening this year? If we need more help, like, it doesn't have to be in the constitution.
You mean to first see if they really need it?
I would just keep it. I mean, it's voluntary, so if they don't need it, they don't have to have it. But I think it is good to have it there so people know how to work with Europe as a one region.
Maybe just instead of will be Olympics, it can be Olympics.
I don't understand if it's just a contact person with the regional board, why do they have to organize a sub-regional meeting and be responsible for the communication with it within the sub-region? It's a lot of tasks that.
It's not they have to organize the sub-regional meeting. It says to ensure the organization. So to make sure that somebody in their sub-region will organize a sub-regional meeting. Yeah. They just have to make sure there will be a sub-regional meeting. They will. If I can just explain why there is a sub-regional contact person. Here, this idea was kind of stolen, of course, as all of the good ideas are. And they had also sub-regional contact persons. I have been talking with some other associations that have also this kind of division in Europe. They have sub-regional contact persons, 5 of them. Okay, they're a bit bigger, just to make the communication flow much easier. Just because that's why I put it here. It doesn't maybe have to be in the constitution, but I think if it's not here, then people will not take it seriously, and they will think like, oh yeah, but it's only 20 countries. It's 20 countries. It's not all of them. So that's why it's here.
And it's new, we can see how this is working this year.
Yeah, next year we can delete everything.
Just a proposal, we jump from the beginning of the regional board to the end of it. Can we just keep track of like going by topic by topic, and maybe we can come back to the contact persons later when we right? Because we skipped a whole part of it. So
okay, can we go one by one? And I also want to say, like for the other regions, I know it was a bit difficult for you now with a lot of discussion about Europe, but please be awake again. Now it's important for all of you. We will go into the regional boards again.
Okay, so the regional board shall consist of the regional director and regional exchange coordinator. preferably a regional finance coordinator, regional external relation coordinator, and regional communication coordinator are also elected. In total, there are 4 regional boards: African Regional Board, American Regional Board, Asia Pacific Regional Board, and European Regional Board. Okay, so on the comments.
Raise your faces if you want to discuss this.
Selling only GA during the WoCo. Is it okay?
It was. Yeah, this one we meant that we have Sunday as well where you exchange weeks, right? No, yeah. Sorry, DMA, yeah, the others. So we wanted to choose for the WoCo, where we'll have this assuming that's the regional report.
I believe it would be very beneficial if the regions, on the regional meetings, that the regionals present their report to the region itself.
I think for me personally, it's much more important to have the General Assembly on the regional meeting than at the board, because the regional General Assembly elects the board, not the General Assembly of ours. Now, so it's much more better to have on the regional and not on local.
I would leave it as it is at every General Assembly. Why? Because on the exco meetings, the regionals exchange coordinators can present their reports. On EDM, APDM, EDMA, the board can present their report. And then on WoCo, everybody can again present the whole report. There's no need to just limit it to one event.
Just for clarification, this is nothing added to the Constitution, this is just a past copy, but we changed the place of the Constitution. Still, that doesn't mean that you can't say it. Celine, to make it more clear, national exchange coordinators. I think that's all right for everyone.
Then another comment is the regular frequency at a precise date for all the regions decided by the EP and at the beginning of their term. A comment for the party says every 2 months in every term.
Raise your faces if you want to discuss.
Do you want to comment?
It was just because like every 2 months, and it was a bit weird because like maybe some is another 2 months, and then you just have all the reports like all over different years. But yeah,
that the different regions have different 2 months. So that you would maybe make it globally always in March, that every region has the March and the 2 months.
The idea of this was to present the activities in the newsletter that go out every second month. So that's why it's 2 months.
it's always the same 2 months.
Or maybe to write it down every second month. Or I don't know how to rephrase it.
it's hard to state because the different directors' meetings take place at different times. So, but maybe just like I said before the newsletter, something like that before the, so that basically the VP of communication is asking them to send it at a certain date. So basically when there's the call for every committee to send their reports, also that call is obligatory for the regionals to send their reports. So it's not, as for the national committees, like if they want to, they can, but for regionals, they really have to send their report if it's only for the newsletter.
So the every 2 months part in a written form, what do you want to add?
For me, it would just not be clear when do I have to submit it now. Like every 2 months, of course, I can start whenever I want, and from then on 2 months. But that would not say me I have to do it before the newsletter. I would propose that to clarify.
Okay. Okay, so it's the same idea again, 1.4.6, which says every 2 months in the written form.
Just a comment, if you put by the request of EB, do we really need to state every 2 months? Because the EB is going to be sending requests anyway. Do we really need to put every 2 months in a written, okay, in a written form, but every 2 months by the request of EB, because EB is making the request, so EB is going to make the request every 2 months anyways, do we need to make state it every 2 months? Maybe the EB decides differently.
Maybe remove every 2 months because the EB is making requests anyway.
If we put by request of the EB is going to request regional to send the forms. So do we really need to state every 2 months? Because the EB is making the request, so they will make the request when they need it.
But this is more than as a reminder.
But this is then more than also a reminder, like, okay, you know that you will have to every 2 months, because if you say a request to the EC, then it can be every 4 months, but this is more to keep some track of the work they're doing, and so it doesn't happen at the end of the year, they're like, oh, okay, yeah, now I make a request for that. Because, okay, now here people know the board is here, but the next year, who knows what's going to happen.
Then when requested, preferably every 2 months. Because it's also by request, if it's by request, like you said, it's not really logical to put the date on it. But preferably every 2 months.
Like the communication person wants it to every 2 months. But in order to clarify which 2 months, that's why we add the part that says by the request of the EC.
Show your faces.
Cases.
Yeah, I actually agree with Sarah. Maybe just the first starting day should be by the request, and then every 2 months later, it should be like that. So, in a written form, when requested every 2 months, I don't know. It just sounds weird when you say it.
What's your proposal?
It's a really complicated sentence to structure it to make sense.
was the first one?
Maybe just go back to the first one and then by starting by the request. So the 2 month period starts by the request of EP. So EP.
Then in a written form every 2 months from the beginning of the term.
Which point? What is the written form? Any one to the written form?
More comments?
I know you're right, just make sure that you not go to the right one. Which one of those? Yes, okay. Yes.
Okay. So it's okay now?
Okay, I want to see your faces. Show me your faces. Okay, nice. Now we can vote. Nice. There's more.
Okay. So the other comments is on 1.4.7. It says inform the universities in the region about the study abroad program, and the comment is only promoting the study abroad program to national committees.
Can you raise your faces?
Same idea.
So, Casilda, you want?
We thought that the regional board might not have the contact of each university of each country. So it's easier that they inform the local committee that they have to inform their university. But the ones to make contact with each university is the local committee. Because, yeah, the national or it's easier than the regional.
I think Love is a very good example of that. It also can be otherwise because he got the contact with Russia, although I think he's not studying there. I think the duty should be with the regional, but of course he will contact the nationals for that. But the duty that it happens should be with the regional because he will have a better overview, he will be bound to do that. I think it's better to stay there.
Not every member, not every country has EAS as a part of it. So why limit yourself only to the country members that have EAS? But when regional team contact also Slovakia, Lithuania, and every other country that is not part of the EAS network, because study abroad program is not only for EAS country members.
Yes, exactly about that. We just signed a contract this week with the university that we don't have EAS. Maybe we will have it soon. They know now about EAS, but study abroad shouldn't be defined by the students that are there. Yes.
There is in the constitution that the national director needs to promote the study abroad program with the university. If we can put both, like regional directors and also national directors need to promote the study abroad program.
Maybe then we can also add here like 148. Okay, it doesn't matter to promote study abroad program to the national committees, national and local committees. So to inform the universities and to promote.
You can post it. We can put it in the same context. Inform the universities in the region and the national directors about.
inform the universities and the national director, national
National committees of national directors.
But directors because they speak to the directors and not the director committee.
Okay, first, can we delete all sentences? So, promote the study abroad program to the members of national committees and inform the universities about the possibility of the study abroad. So promote the study abroad program to the members of the National Committee and inform the universities in the region about the study abroad program. Okay. Then another comment for 1.5.2 on duties of the Regional Communications Coordinator. Inform the Vice President of Communication about EAS activities. The comment is about EAS activities in the region and opportunities. So, two-way thing.
Show me your face. Show me your face. You want to discuss? Okay.
You need to comment on this?
Yes.
And opportunities, what you mean exactly?
Okay.
Okay, another comment on 1.5.3, inform members, I think proposing country members for that, Salim? To clarify that country members and not just members. Country members, faces.
No, this is the idea to use the database to inform the members directly for the opportunities that IAASWorld offers. Yes. For sure, I would not say country because country, it's not a person, so then I would say national directors or something. But I think members is more general, and it could be nice to also send it to members if you have the database. If that's okay.
Okay. So, I think the other comments were already discussed. We suggest that from now. Okay. Sub-regional contact person, and I think this was discussed already, yes? And the sub-regionals of European region and African region was already discussed. Yeah. So on sub-regional contact person, faces please. Okay. Then election of the regional board. Faces. Perfect. And finances. Okay. 1 second.
Because HR passing of the director meeting is like a new event about HR. You can see that China, Taiwan, and also Japan are finally like these 2 years. So I think to support the regional board member for the APDM is a highly different to us because it's a highly APDM is highly event for us. So I think I can help do this part.
So maybe, just maybe, to have also the participation fee for the regional change coordinator in the next committee. Just maybe. So that's very specific meeting that's decided by extra and extra, so maybe help them go there. I don't know.
More directly about you stated that it's difficult to fund somebody if you host the events. For the Asia-Pacific region. Yes, but I think you also need to keep in mind that you also can be regional of that region. So also a regional of your country can be benefit of that room, that you can travel to another country like China or Indonesia.
But I think these few years is really hard for the new OC. Like they have to raise the event. This is really difficult thing. But they also have to found the people like the regional board members. But if we, I think if the trend change to like regional director, I think Taiwan will agree. But to the regional board members, I think it's a really hard like burden to the OC, to Japan, and also in Asia, other countries who will raise the APM.
Okay, I get your point, but because the regional board next to normally the executive board also doesn't have to pay participation fee, that would be a big amount of people. So I would propose the same as we have with CC, that the regional director will be supported by the organizing committee, and that the organizing committee themselves decide how much the rest of that board pays. So you can then decide to let them pay full participation fee, no participation fee, or every percentage fee. I would suggest that you have the regional director for the regional directors meeting and the exco for the exco meeting.
Like the minimum, if more can be provided, it would also be stated like, if it's possible that the others don't have to pay, or and the others, the two are sponsored completely, and others like, then again by discretion of the OC. Maybe not just one, maybe two of them, the director and one of the board members if they can attend. Something like, is it as a question for is it too much if two members are funded by the OC, or is it better than no funded? Is two members okay to be funded by the OC?
I'm not sure to member, but I'm really pretty sure. I think like one is okay, but two I don't know.
But then you can put one to and then put everything else like if it's possible.
Maybe just don't write in like constitution. You can be more like flexible. Like OC can decide by themselves to support, but at least like regional director have to be fully covered or something.
Just again, this is a special situation right now with Japan because they're new members and they're still trying to establish. I would propose to make an exception for Japan this year because we're discussing the whole proposal depending on one country. If it's hard for Japan,
Question. So for the regional meetings, I agree that at least this one should be funded completely and others optionally. But so far, the sub-regional meeting is only in Europe, and Europe has a different situation than the other countries. Maybe for this year, since there's no other sub-regional divisions, that every member of the regional board is funded for the sub-regional, so they don't have to pay participation fee.
Why only the director? Why only the director? Because I mean, maybe the director cannot go, and another member can go. So at least one was like maybe more.
But actually, I would write that the regional director or somebody that goes into places we can't go, because we still work with the regional director to be head of his region. So I still think you should get the first opportunity to go. And if somebody else, if you can't go, somebody else can go. If the OC can have more places, it could be. Can we then make for one member of the regional board in the correct regional RD preferred for the RD meetings, and the expo for expo experience. For one member.
Just one remark, if you're talking about international exchange coordinator meeting, that means the host country will need to provide 4 places for 5 at least, yeah. Maybe we should, yeah, that's a little bit too much. Maybe just put, because we're going to have regional exchange meetings, preferably, because we voted on it, so maybe like for those meetings, for the regional exchange meetings that you have on.
Just one note, like, one, I really love you and I appreciate your opinion, but can everybody else please join the discussion? These are also your regions and your sub-regions. You might be the OC one day and you will blame us if we get 9 places for free for you in the future. So please join the discussion. Don't talk among you and gossip. I don't know what happened last night. Yeah, I totally agree with Laura about the financial side of international exchange coordinators meeting. It won't be possible for, I think, almost all organizing committees. So I would, yeah, change it to the regional exchange coordinator meeting where the regional exchange coordinator can then go without paying participation. Does everybody?
Faces.
Maybe for the sub-regional meetings, since it's only in Europe and it's hopefully funded by the grant, keep the participation fee for the whole board non-existent for the next year, possibly.
I know now it's only Europe, but soon it could be Africa, and then we have to change the constitution again. Yeah. I'm really afraid when they split another region that they will read over this, and it will put them a lot of trouble. So I think stated also that the OC can decide on the participation fee of that board would be a good idea. Like if we have the grant, of course, the VP of Finance has the decision about how that money can be used and can make recommendation of make sure that the board can also participate for free.
Okay, I agree. But also the next division is not going to be this one, but the next one, where the names will be again changed. So yeah, it's just for this year. But again, I agree. Maybe we should put optional on this people.
I also think we don't want to have the regional discussion every year. Try to make it as sustainable as possible this run. So try to focus on every region, and if region gets split, that we can still get this one.
Okay, so can you check the orange text and check if this works for you instead of the red text above? So that at least one member of the board, the regional board, can attend the Supreme Court. Yeah? At least one.
Many people are not here anymore, and we're still discussing. So either we will break because people are already tired, or we bring everyone in again.
Yes, but it's the last part of the regional board. This is also just no. This is the most complicated amendment for this year. Thanks for watching, but it's really good. It will be really useful for the future. So it's really important. We know that this is a WoCo where we want to change a lot because we've seen like a lot of things that we could improve. But just 5 more minutes attention, I think we can solve this. Just try to find a way to solve And then we do a break. Great. You hope you got some music, so you can dance really quick. Okay, what do you think then? Is it okay like this? For this from the regional board, but then the region directors meeting in the region. Participation fees shall be fully covered by the OC of the region directors. Do we add the contact persons or do we add sub-regional?
I would also add for the sub-regional and would not include contact persons, in my opinion.
I think the worst part is okay, and if the national, the president or the ESCO regional directors cannot attend, then they should be pass the money to the sub-regional, but not to put the president and the sub-regional.
If the regional director cannot attend, then one of the other regional board members will go. So it will be one place for at least one of the members. Yeah. I agree with you said. I prefer the regional director.
I don't know the finance so good, that would be you, but I think we want to support financially, just financially seen. It won't make a lot of sense, but financially seen in the moment, this year, the super regional meetings, no. But it might be a really good idea if our
So at this point, we only have regions in Europe, which are all covered by grants, all get the support of the European Union for 3,000 euros. So those region, those sub-regional regions are not a problem to support somebody. It's more thinking about the other regions and also in the future. If we wouldn't have the grant, because we're very lucky right now, but I think one person per sub-region should still be possible. There's also some confusion, but like the sub-regional meeting, there's only one regional board above it, so there's only still one place that should be offered for free. And also for sub-regional meetings, if I'm correct, the EC doesn't have the right to go there for free. It's not stated. So it will only be one spot at this moment.
The person in contact is also going to be covered. Is he going to be covered?
No.
Sub-regional meetings would be better to have the contact person of the sub-region to attend the event more than the regional director, regional board, because they're the one that would report to the regional board. That's what they're
I think it's a little bit our idea of like adding always somebody of the executive committee there because there can be a lot of confusion. So adding people who are closer to where the 1 year strategy was stated is easier to bring